Good morning from Vilnius. I'm Svilans, head of sales. We are broadcasting from our office, ready to dive into agenda filled with updates from Qlik and Infotrust. This year, Qlik has been making headlines almost every week with uplifting announcements, with Qlik answers and new other products, new pricing. Like Qlik answers are artificial intelligence capabilities based on your structured and structured data based in secure corporate environment. Or Qlik Talent was announced. Qlik Talent Cloud is a data integration and data quality tool already used by thousands of customers, and it's recognized by Gartner as a leader for its data quality and data integration capabilities. And also, just earlier this week, Gartner announced that Qlik is, for 14 years in a row, is a leader for BI analytics, moving up in its ability to execute. So Qlik now is a triple leader in Gartner Magic Quadrant. And the message from Qlik is clear. Innovations are happening in the cloud. Yet, Qlik is fully aware of your investments into existing infrastructures. And Qlik supports this innovation at the speed you can choose yourself. And our sessions today are tailored to support you in this process, explain and guide you. Our first analytics track will cover topics about analytics in the cloud, how to move there, how to get the optimal pricing, and once you are moving to the cloud, you can keep the data delivery as it is currently, or you can rethink that process, especially to harness the full power of artificial intelligence. You will need the data to feed the quality data to machine learning. And this is why we, in our second half of the day in data management track, we will focus and explain about the best practices, how the data management in cloud is working based on our experience on already proven approaches and technologies. But with no further ado, let's start digging into our agenda. Saulius, will you explain how to win the battle of total cost of ownership with Qlik Cloud?
Hello, nice to meet you. Well, today we will be talking a lot of regular buzzwords, daily buzzwords like going cloud, what is cloud, what it's about, why we need to think, seriously thinking, and why we need to change today and now. And actually to make any move or to make a change, we as rational beings and business owners, we think that we need to make a sound decision balanced on the estimation of the cost of tangible and intangible benefits, what it will give. And what is interesting that usually we have our duties today, running processes today. We will incur costs when doing the change, but benefits will come only later. And in this regard, I would say that Qlik as a vendor, which has a huge customer base, actually struggling with what we are struggling here. Also that customers are very comfortable using Qlik how they used to be for 10 or 20 or 5 years. And this is exactly the question, how to create awareness and how to ignite and reinforce the mindset of our customers to make the bold move. What do you think? Why our customers are that comfortable without change?
Yeah, the first what comes to our mind is that Qlik still functions perfectly where it is currently on-premise solutions. And the saying is that if it works, don't change it.
Yeah.
And there are important processes that are feeding the data to the Qlik, and nobody wants to disturb that process, of course.
Yeah.
But when thinking about the idea to move to the cloud, there are at least 3 components that I think we should consider. First, we can reduce hardware costs, license costs, maintenance costs in the cloud. But on the other hand, there is a project cost related to movement to the cloud. But to justify all of that, at the end is the what value companies can gain from Qlik in the cloud. And I think for us as a human beings, it's important to have this trigger point. Why exactly now we have to move to the cloud? Why we can sleep with this idea and maybe decide after a month, after 6 months, and every 6 months we can think the same.
Yeah, I agree. From my point of view, I would say that we as resellers, consultants, partners, so all these Qlik user community selling entities, we were also very careful about our customers, and we see the running processes. And this is, if you come into the room, the message should be very sound, not just go to cloud, but actually you should be ready to help your customers to go cloud. And it's a different thing if help new customer go cloud, when you have a possibility to do everything fresh based on all modern technologies. And to my understanding, it's an absolutely different thing when you already have a mature running customer with several hundreds of users or even more, with lots of data, with lots of structure, many visualizations. And what is very important is that during these decades, our customers created so much analytical content that actually it's a very heavy lifting now. And as in every heavy lifting, at first maybe we can think what we need to lift, what is needed, what is not. And that means that it's a mutual process, again, that we need to engage with our customers and help them sort out what was created, to rethink the values, what is valuable, what needs to be created. And especially because in cloud, we have absolutely different measures, as we will talk, right? So as on the ground, we are free to create, we can free to touch any data, it's not limited, and we're limited on people, right? So in the cloud, as we will see today, there are a bit different rules, where we have a bit disproportion changed, right?
But in the cloud, I would say the all major innovations coming from the platform vendors are happening exactly in the cloud, like artificial intelligence, large language models. They all require the infrastructure, which are almost impossible for on-premise customers to think about or develop by themselves. And this innovation speed is very rapid. And maybe another argument is that even most conservative business area like ERP systems, we see currently that a lot of customers are lifting also the ERP to the cloud. And since the source systems like ERP or CRM, I think it's a long time ago in different cloud spaces, since the source are already in the cloud, why shall we have the analytics on premise if the source is in the cloud?
Yeah. Well, actually, Qlik conducted a very interesting study, which is all about what is the total cost of ownership when going to cloud and more it's oriented for existing Qlik customers. And this can provide us a model about how to structure our thinking, how to calculate the gains and costs and how to balance them, what is the net present value after such a move. And the average, it was Forrester Research, a consulting company, who interviewed Qlik customers, existing Qlik customers, around I think 4 of them, very different sizes. And based on that, they build an average model with the results, so what is the composite organization, which is an average of these question companies? It's quite large. It's a global company with 5 billion of turnover and 5,000 of employees. However, the number of users of Qlik is very small, like 150. On the other hand, I would say it's an interesting profile because we at Infotrust have that size of the customer. And what is more interesting that findings of Forrester is very similar what we made as an estimation for our that customer. Yeah, and how to use the model for the smaller companies, which consists of 90% of our customers, that the results are percentage and proportions. So it is very easy and possible to use the model as such and then to compare to the benchmark. So in this relation, I would say that Marius, as we both studied this document, let's discuss about the findings of it. And the first question we could touch is what were specific challenges before going cloud? What could be done better?
Yeah, in this study, the one of things highlighted was that before or traditionally for decades, user price was based per user, and hence it was like a very often discussion. Shall we provide analytics to these people or to this department, and do everyone in the department needs analytics, or we can limit only with a couple of main management people with the dashboards and KPIs for their job. And this is what the cloud analytics and unlimited user license that it provides with the capacity-based pricing is one of the values that is broadening the user base to almost everyone in company have no limits. Why not to use analytics?
What a topic. Okay, so let's continue. After moving to cloud, these customers, what they pointed out as major gains? What changed? What is the core?
Yeah, but besides productivity and other aspects that are common with the cloud, that you don't worry about administration, about the hardware and other overheads of maintaining it running. It's more about the new capabilities, like you can get the innovations from the cloud, like artificial intelligence, machine learning capabilities that even can enhance your ability to do more with the data.
Yeah. Usually when we talk in a simplistic model, usually if I'm doing a move and a change, I would like to expect more revenue, right? At the end. Was it quantified somehow in the document?
Yes. From this estimate, they had noticed that this composite, on average, organization have gained additional sales around more than $600,000. But keeping in mind that it was a value not gained from every business area within the organization. The estimate was that analytics was still, as in an early stage, used by just 1/5 of the organization. So there's a lot of untapped potential in that number.
Yeah. So it correlates somehow that if moving to cloud and having more capacities, having more possibilities to deliver data and analytics to other departments, other users, there could be even more additional gains, right?
Yes, it would definitely drive the data literacy within the organization, and so everyone within the organization can make database decisions that we call data culture.
Okay, so certainly there are quantifiable benefits, and what they were as a main point. Maybe you just mentioned them?
Yeah, this return of investment was around 200. It was over 200%. So it's surely it's a great number.
Yeah, and as in any progress, right? We save some manual jobs, right, everywhere with any move. So here in Qlik world, I suppose we can hit data and analysis as such. It could be more performant. What about that?
Yeah, times more efficient data analysis or time spent was reduced by over 1/3. and data preparation, that was saving of half of the time that used before to prepare the data for the analytics. So it was half of that on the second and third year.
Okay. Okay. So benefit side is more or less modeled, and what is interesting that in this document actually there are very clear tables, very well structured, very well calculated, very good summaries, and the document is quite long. That's why we are like acting as GPT, summarizing that. But in one or another way, I offer that use the link in the delivered presentations after the event and download. And those who are more or less close to the decision, you can make a very easy final decision after going through this, because that will be very balanced and based on the model. Okay, so if looking forward, now once the company is migrating or migrated already to the cloud, what's next? Where the additional value will come from?
Yeah, the additional value should come also from artificial intelligence capabilities of the new things that are not currently present in the cloud, but which are provided. Like we'll share later today, for example, the Qlik data integration capabilities, which all the Qlik customers have in the cloud as free of charge for making the data more real time, so reducing decision latency time for it, and there are many upcoming innovations coming in the cloud.
Yeah.
But I think from the study, so basically what I thought, the three things that come to my mind first is license, subscription costs in the cloud should be less than or be more beneficial, reduced hardware costs, but project costs is as an expense, but then there is value, and I think this study can be really good example how to build a business case for the organization to try to quantify the potential gains and benefits, and then do this potential gains in the future, which for gap analysis, what you have currently on premise and what you potentially might have in the cloud.
Yeah, so we have a background of our industry. Data sources are moving to cloud. Our competitors are relocating and migrating, uplifting all their assets, and what we as a company, now we are as a Qlik partners and Qlik partner community, I think that from one side we were quite careful ourselves in showing this direction, but actually it has an easy explanation, because once you see that customers in a very intensive, very happy way, they are capturing this daily value from data, and you understand that this will be one or another way disruption. So what we were capturing, and we were not wasting time these last years, we were implementing or starting the cloud journey with the new customers, where it's a bit more easy in order to understand which other principles you need to put in place when deploying in cloud. And then we really put good efforts, I would say, exploring how others are doing with migration. And annual event, Qlik annual event today was full of information. The blogosphere is indicating that the moment of truth is now approaching. All best practices are in place, and I would say that partners are really ready and hungry to help in this journey for our customers. And also another trend would be that why now? Because Qlik is indicating in any possible way that there are better ways of doing business now in the cloud with analytics and with data.
Yes, and I think this now part we will uncover during our today's following presentations, and will guide everyone through how this process can be, how to lift that value that you have on premise currently in your analytics, but not only to lift it up for sake to be in the cloud, but I think the most important part is that to also unlock the data for machine learning capabilities that I think is a buzzword currently, but there's this hype cycle of big expectations and then disappointments, but at some point during the next decade there will be a point when this really will kick in and provide insights and prescriptive analytics capabilities that we are talking like 10 years ago about to do the businesses. But to be ready for that, the data shall be there where these artificial intelligence platforms can work with that data. But the most importantly also to have it in the secure environment, in government environment, and our data track will be focusing exactly on that point.
Yeah, thank you for natural discussion, because you talk AI and ML, and in my head is always data management. Put it first, and data governance, and that's most probably that's why we naturally, before jumping into the next let's say decade or agenda around AI, we need to put the things first, and the whole afternoon today, the second half of the event, is oriented only on the data management, but not because of the data management as such, right? So what's the meaning for this agenda structure?
Yeah, it's about to basically unlock the data for this use case, to unclutter the existing. Sometimes in some organizations there are spaghetti of scripting done, and how to unclutter that part into more structured way, and modern data platforms provide that capability for sure. And also for artificial intelligence, we probably all heard in the schools, garbage in, garbage out. So data management is a way how to sort that garbage and not give it to the artificial intelligence. Otherwise, it will hallucinate a lot.
Yeah. Okay. So from this session, we can take out that there is an economical model built about how to evaluate the benefits of moving cloud. It's very structured. The companies can start building their own business cases and inputting their presumptions, their numbers. After that, they can compare it with a benchmark, which is documented and given well. And that's one point, right? So rational. And the second point is that why now? Why not to get these benefits after half a year or 1 year? That will be our next presentation and our next session, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's start to dig in what is the compelling offer coming from Qlik, and I would say it's very unexpected, and we need to have great attention. Yeah. Yeah, in order to move to this very irresistible offer from Qlik, let's look about what flavors of Qlik Sense or of Qlik products we have already during the history, and what is in the field. And for sure, it's Qlik Sense Enterprise Client Managed, which I would say is now most popular and most massive use. It is possible to deploy client-managed software in any cloud, be it public, be it private. Customers are free to select where it will be deployed. And also, since 2018, we have Qlik Sense SaaS. That's the standard and seems to be like main offer from Qlik, how to do things with Qlik in cloud. And of course, these traditional models, they are based on, mainly based on user pricing. So we have, for example, professional users which can create, consume, share, and we have analyzer users which can consume the analytical content. But important message is that yes, it's a user-based pricing. Now, when discussing this topic of why Qlik customers are so confident and so comfortable going forward without a large change of going cloud, I think that yes, the answer is that Qlik just works, and right now there are many more signs around that when Qlik as a vendor is giving us very clear signs, and everywhere, almost everywhere, that reconsider the status quo. And the first thing I noticed that even in Qlik's April price list, for the first time in the history, as I remember Qlik, we have a clear indication that Qlik Cloud, Qlik SaaS licenses are becoming cheaper in comparison to client managed. So vendor is providing you hardware, taking care about all the back office processes, about the upgrades, and this way is even more cheaper and less costly for you in comparison if you will take this duty on your own. So the difference is symbolic, 3.4, but this is exactly what needs to be given to the market as a very clear signal that Qlik is first SaaS first company, cloud first company, and customers now with every purchase of additional licenses of expansion, they see the signal that there could be other ways of doing things. Okay, so from another point in 2023, Qlik came up with another, I would say, concept of the products in the cloud, like Qlik Cloud and Analytics. It's not Qlik Sense SaaS, but it is part of a wider offer from Qlik and Cloud, like Qlik Cloud, and it's for the first time it is introduced not as a user-based pricing, but as a capacity-based pricing. And there are several flavors of capacity-based pricing, but if we would concentrate in the middle on premium and main, which is covering mid-size and upper size organizations, we would see the first things where our eyes need to concentrate is unlimited users. So everybody in organization, after adopting this licensing and pricing model, is able to touch and act on data and act on and consume analytics. The other thing is what is like limited, or which is measured as a value creator, is data available for analysis. So in user-based models, you are not limiting data which you are unleashing and giving to a limited number of users. But in this case, everything is vice versa. You should take care about which data and how to provision to almost massive and unlimited users. That's a different approach. And of course, what points is that capacity-based pricing already includes some of the capabilities of Qlik Cloud data integrations. That's another part of the Qlik Cloud offering, which is everything around real-time data streaming and data modeling. Yeah. So let's look into this capacity-based pricing through the lens, and let's concentrate just on premium, which really fits 90% of the use cases, at least for us in the Baltics. So the first thing is that unlimited basic users, and basic user means the traditional analyzer. So these users are not able to create applications from scratch. They can consume ready-made analytics, but in a very interactive way. What is also interesting that in Qlik Cloud Analytics, the maximum size of the app is doubled. It's now 10 gigabytes. And once converted to the rows, number of rows in a typical application, it corresponds from around 250 million of rows of what is possible to fit into such a size. Another good point is multiple tenants are available in premium layer. And it's a clear indication that those large organizations which like separation and physical isolation of environments for development and testing, they can follow their traditional approach also with this capacity-based pricing in premium model. 1 gigabyte in personal space for full users. It will take for us quite a long time in order to understand how data is measured in capacity-based pricing. But this is a very clear indication that until we are experimenting, until we load data, and it could happen many times per day, while experimenting, we are really not limited for experimentation. So those who are looking for the best views to the data, create visualizations, they can play with really very large data. And 1 gigabyte sounds not impressive, but actually later we will see that this 1 gigabyte can be reloaded unlimited times per day. So usually when you are experimenting iterative many times, but not really with a large data. So actually this is very important, and this is a clear indication that we are free to experiment. We can free to look for the best curated data. And why? Because later we will unleash that data and curated data to very large communities within the business. Reporting service, 5,000 reports per month is included in the offer. And if it's not enough, there is a possibility to purchase additional packs of reporting. Application automation, a brilliant piece within Qlik Cloud, which allows to automate of manual work, to be creative about alerting and actually enforcing organizations to act on data in not only in with human brains, but even automatically, reactively. That's a wonderful. So kind of a all constellation of the best Qlik's innovations in cloud in this capacity-based pricing in Qlik Cloud Analytics is included, and it is more than enough to start with a premium model. Now, once we understand what is Qlik Cloud Analytics and why its pricing is different, we can think what Qlik is presenting to us as a very strong another signal. Why move to cloud and why move now? So the message about our program Move to Cloud, which was presented like several weeks ago, targets QlikView customers, targets dual customers, which are on QlikView and Qlik Sense client managed. It's targeted on Qlik Sense client managed customers with perpetual, means on maintenance, and also Qlik Sense client managed customers on subscription. So all communities, all who are using Qlik on premise can benefit from this program and proposal, because it's exactly about how and why to move now. And well, once we will investigate this offer and proposal, see it as an easy and best of the best irresistible proposals from Qlik to start thinking and to act right now, because things will get more hot and hot, and upcoming changes and innovations with data management, they will happen in cloud. Machine learning AI capabilities are unleashed also only in cloud. So what the program is all about? Whatever active customers paying maintenance, yearly payment, subscription customers have yearly costs for subscription. So whatever mode, are you on perpetual with maintenance or you are in subscription mode, with a 20% of increase or uplift of your yearly current costs, you are getting exactly the same assets and capacity what you have currently on premise. You receive that in cloud, and you receive exactly your corresponding layer of addition, let's say, in capacity-based pricing in cloud. What it means, immediately, I will be back a bit with the slides. Yeah, so if we will look that if we are getting a premium, right? So we are getting unlimited basic users in Qlik Cloud. Our app size in cloud is up to 10 gigabytes, and everything else. Now we have professional and analyzer users on premise. So during this migration and this offer, all your collection or aggregation of whatever users you have, they will be converted into full users. So even you had analyzer licenses on-prem, they will be converted to professional licenses in cloud. That's very important. And what is really challenging and how to say irresistible, I would say, is that whatever data you have currently on-prem as data you are creating as QVD files, as QVF files, that will be your basis to get exact the same capacity in cloud. So meaning whatever the pricing currently is of Qlik, of how to measure and how to price the packs of data to be analyzed in cloud for new customers, existing customers are able to get at their current yearly price plus 20% exact the same capacity in cloud. What's more important? If we have this irresistible approach offer, okay, I'm ready to change, but the change will take time. So what will happen with our on-prem licenses? And with this offer, Qlik says that you have up to 3 years to keep both assets at the same time in parallel. So meaning you are continuing to use and consume and run the processes in the same manner as you were doing now with the same number of users. But at the same time, for 20%, you have the same mirrored environments in cloud, and you are free in 3 years to use this offer. What will happen in 3 years? After 3 years, by default, your on-prem licenses will cease. So it means that you should be ready then to switch fully to Qlik Cloud. But of course, everything might happen, and there is an opportunity and possibility to continue using on-prem assets, license assets, but as an additional cost. So one or another way indication is that with this simple change, with quite long and comfortable period, you can, at your own pace, you can switch to cloud, have unlimited users, so you can unleash data literacy across all organizations, and you can start capturing value in all the hidden corners of your company. And at the same time, you are not disrupting your running processes. So that's about that compelling offer.
Good to be back, and thanks, Saulius, for the pricing update. But we both were just earlier this month in Orlando, the place where Qlik had their Qlik Connect, the global conference. And this is an event where Qlik is gathering its customers, partners, management from the Qlik side, engineers of the Qlik all across the globe. And besides the keynotes, which were translated, and you can see it yourself, there were over 100 different sessions, technical sessions, workshops, with a lot of packed with the learning about Qlik's offering capabilities, migration to the cloud, and a lot of news. And today I try to condense the most important, to my mind, ideas that we are bringing back to the Baltics. And one of the message that was made on the stage by Mike Capone, the CEO of Qlik, is that Qlik is understanding the existing investments that are done on premise, and therefore these 3 year or more when you can move gradually to the cloud is ability to innovate at your own speed and at your own pace. But nevertheless, there are a lot of innovations announced, and besides innovations, Qlik is always focused on the outcomes of the results of the value the customers are gaining from the platform. And there are a lot of examples, like for example, one example was coming from Urban Outfitters, a cloth retailer with over 650 stores in US, Europe, and UK. And there was a situation when the COVID-19 pandemic hit them. There are changes in the patterns. The stores were closed, and the customers changed their attire from office clothing to Zooms and Teams meetings. To tackle with this challenge, they moved with Qlik and they moved the data, gathered all the data from 650 stores to Snowflake platform. And with Qlik data integration, they are streaming over 50 gigabytes of the data daily to the analytics. And 200 Qlik applications are used by the store managers, by stock keepers to keep the business thriving. Another example is logistics company, Penske. So Qlik there is used by them to manage their fleet of 90,000 trucks and monitor them in real time. And they are taking the advantage also of machine learning capabilities with predictive maintenance. And there was an interesting example from our region, from Finland, Kone. You know Kone with the elevators and escalators and automatic doors. So they are truly data-driven company, and they have developed role-based dashboards for everyone in the company, starting from technician who is installing to management and also of the service. So whenever there is some incidents, so they're using IoT to collect the data about their equipment used in all over the world locations. They get notifications, and that is triggering like service requests and tasks. So everyone is really relying on Qlik to manage the business, and even customer satisfaction is measured in a Qlik. But besides outcome, another topic is real-time capabilities. So with real-time, Qlik data integration shines in that space. And one example is Airbus. So they are gathering data to their 2 data warehouses using Qlik data integration capabilities to equip information about the service and designers on the airplane manufacturing. From the financial service industry, there was a brilliant example from Vanguard. It's a investment advisory company with over $7 trillion in global assets under their management. So what do they have? They are replicating 11 billion of transactions per week, and the latency of the data replicating is just 3 to 8 seconds. And what interestingly, they mentioned on the stage that one number is not shown in this chart, is 0. So they had 0 incidents of data loss ever. So the platform is really stable and capable. Of course, the new announcements were made. Previously, 6 years ago, Qlik acquired Attunity, changed data capture, data streaming platform used by these large companies. Then last year, Qlik acquired Talent, data quality and data transformation company. So Qlik Talent, which will be officially launched on July 16, has been announced in this event, and it takes care about whole data management platform, starting from data ingestion, data streaming, data quality, so important aspect of that, and data transformations. So that then you as a company can create data assets or data products for your teams. And important of that data quality is thinking about who is consuming that data. So it's not just analytics, but also artificial intelligence. It means if you have better data, you will probably have also better outcomes from the data. And an example of that customer is Hilton, where they are leveraging Qlik data integration and data quality to gather data from over 7,000 properties across the world from 126 countries, and they are loading 80 terabytes of data into data warehouse. So they are really getting better data quality and enhancing operational efficiency with data management. Qlik Answers. So that was acquisition announced this January, and already it's a product that will be also launched later in July. It's artificial intelligence that provides large language model capabilities in a secure and governed way, so you can entrust it with your business data, and so it can crunch both structured and unstructured data, like you can upload PDF files and documents, agreements, emails from customers, everything, and ask questions like, why are my customers ordering less this month? So it's having these plug-and-play solution capabilities in the cloud will really should drive more additional value to your business results. Capacity licensing was also one of the announcements removing the burden of user limits, and one of the examples is Fujitsu. So they have equipped 120,000 employees with Qlik to promote data-driven culture. So they are integrating it with data source coming from S4HANA, from SAP, and providing all the employees with the KPIs and metrics that are essential for them. And of course, just this week, announcement about from Gartner that Qlik is a leader in business intelligence analytics for 14 years in a row, is an evidence of Qlik's capability to execute and to be a leader in all these spaces. So this space is now basically Qlik is now full end-to-end data analytics, artificial intelligence and automation platform. And these over 100 sessions that I mentioned in the beginning, we see that there are a lot of customers attending those. The sessions were packed that demonstrated customer interest, and the Qlik's vision, I think, currently is very proven in already working solutions in technologies, and that is visible by these companies like Kone, Airbus, and Hilton. And Saulius, you also in Qlik Connect. Maybe you can share your impression of Qlik's vision.
Vision is complex and wide, and my points was that at least main message for me was that without turning our faces to the data management, to proper data governance, we will not be ready to harness all what you just mentioned and you promised. Actually, when consuming, it's very different approach, because once you're consuming analytics visually, you do not create, or you do not necessarily create data as an asset. And this is where the whole thing lies, because for dashboards, right, Qlik has its own data supply chain, be it scripting, or you can go another way, but there is not necessarily data is created in between as an asset. And here is the trap, because you can expect that going to the next level, you will go with the same way. And this is exactly opposite, that for Qlik, you can use, or you can go without data warehouse or data platform, right? There are different ways about how to visualize data. But what regards to AI and ML, this is definitely not the way to go. And the main message is that going to the next stage, you need to concentrate at first to do your data supply chain and data storage and data governance. That was awareness I took from my. So if you are still on premise, you need to go cloud at first. When going cloud, you need to pay attention to data management. Then you will be ready for the next decade. That's the message I took from event.
Mm-hmm. But I noticed that there are a lot of Qlik customers that are not coming from Qlik as analytics vendor. They had years ago chosen or had different path, having different analytics, but they are with Qlik on exactly for real-time capabilities, for data streaming, and it means that even customers on other analytics solutions are using Qlik for data streaming. So it would be good message to our Qlik Analytics customer to explore data streaming coming from Qlik side.
Yes, and there are different flavors about how you can touch the benefits or use them. Even in this, even in the simplest way, even with capacity-based pricing for Qlik Cloud Analytics, the real-time data streaming is enabled. You can stream data to Qlik Cloud from different on-premise data sources. You can use cloud data sources. So it's in place. And then there is a Qlik Cloud data integration, which is a full-scale product, which you can use even as a standalone just for streaming. Because these capabilities which are included in the Qlik Cloud Analytics, they are, I would say, you attach your stream data to Qlik Cloud, just only. You cannot stream this data to Snowflake or to Google BigQuery or Data Lake. You are limited to Qlik Cloud. But if you will look at the full-scale product, yes, it is. And it's worth utmost attention.
And I have seen from the sessions, I didn't mention here cases, from example, from a Ford Motors company or Honda, but when we discussed with them, when they moved to cloud, that was typical approach that they added some cloud data platform like Snowflake or Azure or similar, and then move the analytics to the cloud. The same Kone example, their story was basically about how they moved to the cloud, and it was a case also for companies like the Nordisk Film Studio from Denmark.
Yes, exactly. I do not remember now, but I've just looked at this presentation by Nordisk Film. I think it's in YouTube or on Qlik site. And this is the same analytics owner talking, whom we saw live on the scene, and really it was very good experience when the person who went or drove very mature Qlik organization from on-prem to cloud, to hear his story and what were the challenges. And actually, it's good that the same success story is available, I think, in Qlik site or YouTube. And I offer to look or search for it, or even we can share.
I had a talk after one session with one company in a meat manufacturing business global company. And that was the BI owner of the solution. And then what they emphasized with the cloud is they started to promote user self-service. So what they did, they have created like bi-weekly, in the beginning, no, it's monthly, like 1 day per week, fixed day, half day. There is like morning coffee session in the office with the analytics team, and everyone from the company can come with their questions about analytics.
Yeah.
What do you think? Would it work for Baltic companies?
Yes, of course, it could work.
Because I know from Latvia, one of the companies, what they did to promote analytics inside the company, they have arranged internal BI day. So what it meant is that the different application owners were there, and they were showing what kind of analytics they are doing and sharing across the company.
Development of self-service is multidiscipline, I would say. It is top of analytics of analytics, I would say, as you are engaging in a very creative way with people and with a creativeness. And the usual blocking point for companies would be, and I heard that actually a week ago from one of the largest enterprises in Lithuania, is we are like not going full self-service because we do not have absolutely certified and qualified data. So one or another way you need to choose, and you make a choice. Maybe there could be less data, but more users. And do not wait for the date when you will have everything perfect. So the train might be gone. So regarding self-service, our experience of our customers is that if you go bold, 20-30% of your users might be turned into really very creative and powerful data champions, and they will drive the creation of analytical content at the end, not the limited number of business analysts. Business analysts just need to convert from self-service applications, which got traction in teams. They can be industrialized, they can convert it to the governed ones, but actually this is the best thing what we can achieve going self-service, full speed.
Yeah, and as in the conference, that was a message from many of the customers speaking on the stage, that going cloud is really driving these changes and user self-service capabilities at much broader scale.
Hello, so I'm Milda, and let me spend some time and try to navigate you through the main topics which you should consider while migrating or planning to migrate to Qlik Sense Cloud. So Qlik's recommended migration approach has several phases. And so since migration to Qlik Sense Cloud can be treated as a project, it should start with discovery and assessment of your current Qlik Sense landscape. I mean, you have to evaluate, is the current implementation in a good shape or not? Because the goal should be to identify the candidates for application candidates for migration, What will you move first? Set priorities, exclude some applications which are purely managed, and because all of that might prolong the migration process. So evaluate your applications, data sources, extensions, different customizations, users, and their security and access levels. Identify some dependencies, maybe some technical limitations, potential challenges, which might rise during the migration process. Look closely into components and features that are different between Qlik on-premise and Qlik Cloud. So search what has changed, because in Qlik Cloud we have much more features. This could help you to design and improve current solution during migration phase. And this will not only help you to anticipate and address the risks, but will also identify the great opportunities to work on. So for example, big improvements can be achieved if you start using Qlik Cloud features like alerting, subscription reporting, Qlik application automation. So I will talk during my presentation more about those. So during this presentation, I will not give you some guided, detailed instructions how to perform migration, what are the steps to perform a migration to Qlik Cloud, but mainly I will focus on assessment and planning and what major topics must be discussed during this presentation phase. So we will start with user authentication model. So which one to choose? We will talk about security and governance, what to be considered. Do you have some development workflow? Do you need to consider multiple environments and how to deploy those in Qlik Cloud? What about data storage? Where do you keep files? Maybe you are using not standard visualization, but customized extensions. What about personal sheets, stories, and bookmarks? How to move them? How to migrate them? Do we have some limitation on the size of an application? What about reloading? Is there some kind of scheduling? How to work on that? And the last part will be dedicated for imprinting and its reporting. So all those multiple topics, all of them are manageable during the migration. But as you can see, I have highlighted several of those, actually 4 of them, which in my opinion, must be addressed with most importance, because those topics will be quite important for customers with big deployments. Like, so what is this big deployment like? You have more than 100 users, you have dozens of applications, you have different reports in imprinting, and maybe you even have your own development, multi-person development team. So let's talk about all of those topics separately. So first of all, let's start with user authentication method. In Qlik Cloud, Qlik automatically provisions a default identity provider, which is called Qlik account. And it makes easier to get started with the platform. So Qlik account is a Qlik-provided authentication mechanism to access properties within qlik.com and qlikcloud.com domains. What is more, you can also choose your own identity provider. And here I have provided a list which are supported in Qlik Cloud. So for example, Microsoft Entra, formerly known as Azure Active Directory, or Okta, or others. From our experience, we see that most customers rely on the first one, Microsoft Entra. So you don't need to create users manually in Qlik Cloud. They are synchronized automatically with attributes, and as a result, you get a good experience for users with single sign-on. What is more, think about user migration plan. Since user identity will be different in Qlik Cloud, so it might be So it might make sense to migrate users maybe in groups, if it's possible. So this will prevent users from needing to log into different Qlik environments at the same time. So I mean for both client managed and cloud. Okay. Next one, security and governance. So Qlik Cloud has different security and governance management compared to Qlik Sense managed or enterprise installation. And this actually might be the largest challenge during the migration. In Qlik Cloud, there is no possibility to create and define custom security rules, right? Because in most cases, there were some, in order to accomplish some security and governance, most probably in your installation, in your deployment, you have some customized rules to manage everything. So what's the difference? In Qlik Sense client managed, security rules and custom properties combination allows to control security and object access and almost any granularity. So you are able to customize, let's say, almost unlimited without any limits. In Qlik Cloud, there is a slightly different approach. There are already a large number of predefined security roles on a tenant level. They are already predefined, they are already created. And this removes the need to create custom rules like the ones which you did in client managed. So using these predefined security roles, it is possible to manage security on tenant level, on a space level, and even in some cases on application level. If we talk about section access, which is data restriction inside an application, so in Qlik Cloud, there is, well, it is dependent on different identity attributes, and you might need some adjustment in migrated apps. For example, user ID. It will be slightly different in Qlik Cloud and not the same as on-premise you used to use. So you might need to adjust your application section access scripts, but just slightly. So this will not be a huge change during the migration. So just keep this in mind. Next one, development workflow and multiple environments. So before continuing this, first of all, I need to introduce with a new term, which is spaces. So spaces in Qlik Cloud are alternative to streams in Qlik Sense on-premise. So there are several types of spaces, actually 3 of them. Personal, which is a private work area, like your personal sandbox, where assets can be created, developed, stored, saved, and those assets like applications and data files. You cannot share applications from your personal space, and other users cannot collaborate with you. So additional spaces cannot be created as well. So this tenant space is offered by default for each user which logs in, and allows them to upload applications, data files, create new applications for personal use, but for personal use only. So actually, this personal space is the same as you have work stream in Qlik Sense Client Managed. It's the same, and it comes by default. Another space type is shared. So this space, it's a collaborative work area where assets can be developed and shared with other assigned members inside that space. So basically, it's created for teamwork. And the last one is managed space. Again, it's a collaborative area where only space owner and target application consumer can open the application. They can create only personal sheets, bookmarks, inside that application, but they cannot change what was initially developed. So we can say that managed space is equal or almost the same as a stream where you used to publish the developed application for consumption. So now during the migration, if you have already some streams in Qlik Client Managed, so how to convert this into spaces in Qlik Cloud. And actually there is a very simple rule. You can map it one-to-one. So streams, which you have in managed, you can convert to managed spaces. And this rule is simple, and it's backed up by Qlik best practices, which were created based on many migration projects. So personal, basically, it's the same as it was in Qlik Sense on-premise. Managed space is the same as streams. So the only new thing is shared space. Right? So this is the only new feature, which is actually very, very important if you have development team, which needs to work and collaborate. So let me show you some example how different types of spaces are used can be used in development workflow and allows to separate different environments. So just for information, the blue icons are shared spaces where developer teams can collaborate and develop applications. And red ones are managed spaces where developed application is published and used. So how development workflow could look. So a developer starts building an application in personal space, a sandbox at the bottom. And later it is duplicated and moved into development space, so the whole developer team can collaborate on the application. The team makes some changes, and once the development is completed and ready to be tested, the application is published to the test managed space, so the red one. And so here, testers review the application, and if all looks good, then it can be published to another managed space, which is production. So this is like a first cycle, how application goes from creation to user consumption. But, well, the life doesn't stop here. Developers needs to develop a new version of an application, like a normal evolution of an application. So what they do, they start by duplicating the previous version in development space. Why not develop on the same, but do the duplication, the copy? It's because that maybe there will be a need to make some bug fix in the version of production. And then we will have in our development space the same version, which is currently in production. To work on this without impacting ongoing development, the version of application that was published to production is duplicated in the regression space. So you might think about a new shared type space, which you might call regression, and this will be dedicated for quick bug fixes which appeared in production. So developers are able to address the bug and then publish the fix to the test space with replace functionality. Testers retest the application here, and once testing is completed, it's confirmed that the bug is fixed. Developers then republish the fixed application back to production by publishing and replacing. And users continue using, no personal content is gone, it stays there. Then developers are ready to continue their development. So what they do first, they merge the changes which was done to fix the production issue into their development application. So they continue working on this new version, until it is developed and it is being ready to be tested. So the application then is being published to the test space. And of course, usually there might be several iterations, like during the test there are some, again, bugs or issues identified. Developers, again, make the changes in development space, publish it back to the test, and so on. So there might be several iterations. And well, finally, when everything is ready, the new version of an application is ready, it is being published to production space, again, by replacing the previous version. And as I mentioned before, during the replacing, personal community sheets are preserved. So this is how the development workflow might look. As you can see, it is much more easier to work in a bigger developers team, to collaborate, and it's a really nice feature which exists in Qlik Cloud, which was lacking, and we were missing it quite a lot in Qlik on-premise, Qlik Sense on-premise. Okay, let's move on. Data files, storage, and Qlik deployment framework folders. So usually every Qlik Sense on-premise deployment has file storage from a network drive and have a certain file folder structure to store business files, like extracted QVD files maybe, or transformed QVD files. And the structure might have been created manually, so those folders, subfolders might have been created manually, or maybe you have used Qlik deployment framework tool to create that. So now, first option is that Qlik Cloud can store data files into spaces, right? For example, you might have a space to store the data, like extract, transform, and etc. However, there is a small limitation that space cannot be subdivided in folders. But this feature to create folders and subfolders inside the space is coming. So it should be in the near future, and we really hope that it will arrive pretty soon. So there is also another option, an alternative, is to use external cloud-based storage, such as Amazon S3, Azure Storage, Cloud, Google Cloud Storage, SharePoint, and others. And this approach even allows us to reuse Qlik deployment framework. If you have used it on-premise, you can reuse it in the cloud as well. Migration from Qlik deployment framework on-premise to Qlik deployment framework on cloud is pretty simple, mainly because if you used this approach, it means that most probably you are using variables to store file path definitions inside your script. And if it works through those variables, then it will be really simple to migrate your application scripts and switch from QDF folders on-premise to QDF folders on the cloud storage. Qlik deployment framework in cloud is available for free now. We also got confirmation from Qlik persons that it is safe to use for production implementation. So you can download it even today from Git and start using that. Okay, let's move on to the fifth one, visualization extensions. So Qlik offers a visual object library, which is much more wider than on-premise one. So when you plan migration, you need to investigate this library before considering how to continue with any open source extensions, which if you're using those. And maybe you will find that there are some standard visual objects which gives the same result as the custom extension which you are currently using. And then it's better to rebuild the object using this native functionality instead of pushing the customized extension to the cloud. But in any case, if you have some extensions which are really needed, you can import them into Qlik Cloud. Of course, there is no limitations, but well, as always, you must do the test and check everything if it works as expected. Another one, let's talk about personal sheet stories and bookmarks. Those things, those entities cannot be moved automatically and cannot be assigned automatically to the owners of those sheets, so the owners who created those sheets or stories or bookmarks. So all of them, they should be migrated with a tool and then reassigned to appropriate Qlik Cloud user account. And in order not to make this manual, there is a Qlik Developers Toolkit, which will help you to automate those actions. So you can refer to toolkits under qlik.dev portal, and you will find those which might help you during the migration. Additionally, application size. So do we have some limitation? And during the previous presentation, Saulius already mentioned that there are some. So actually, there are two standards for limitation of Qlik application size in cloud. And this depends on the pricing model. So two pricing models. Qlik Sense, which in other words, we can say it's user model. Data is unlimited, but application size is limited, and application size cannot be more than 5 GB in RAM. Which, well, it's hard to say exactly how many rows it might be, because it depends on if your data model is optimal, how many fields you have, how many distinct values in each field you have. But in a very, very rough estimation, we can say 5 GB in RAM, it's around between 50 and 100 million rows. But then there is another pricing model, Qlik Cloud Analytics, or in other words, capacity-based model, where users are unlimited, but data analyzed is limited. And application size in here is twice. It's 10 GB in RAM, which might correspond to approximately between 100 million and 250 million rows in the application. So with a program move to cloud, which Saulius was presenting, we talk about capacity. So the second one, capacity-based pricing. And application size here is 10 GB in RAM. And I think that 10 GB is pretty big application in most cases. It should be enough. And you should not reach this, and you could move to the cloud right away. In rare cases, when it's not enough and you have bigger applications than that, then you might explore some Qlik Cloud features like application on demand, ODAG, or direct query or live views, which can help you to overcome or to deal with those limitations. But as I said, we are pretty confident that limitation of 10 GB will not be a serious issue to stop migration, well, in your case. Okay, so next one is scheduling of application refreshment, of application reload. So I would say that there are like two cases. One case is self-service reload cases. In that case, users can schedule themselves reloads for the applications which are in personal spaces. So because they are the owners, so they can schedule themselves the reload. And also, it's possible that those users can schedule the reload for the applications in shared spaces because they are working on those applications and they are working in team and collaborating on them. And those schedulers can be based on frequency, date, time, or some event-based, like one task has finished, start another one. So this is usually for self-service. Another case, which is more common, it's governed enterprise application reload. In this case, Qlik Cloud has this Qlik application automation, which can be used for different task chaining of different complexity. It can be simple and complex at the same time. In general, Qlik application automation provides a no-code visual interface that helps you easily build automated analytics and data workflows. So you can build automations with no-code editor by selecting different workflow blocks, ordering them in some logical sequence, and then blocks can either process the data or control the logic of the workflow. And each block is can be configured, which lets you create specific workflows that meet your every unique use case. And the last one, in some quite rare cases, your company might have some standard external, let's say, orchestrator, which takes care about which tasks, which element has to be triggered at what time. In that case, it's also possible to use this kind of third-party scheduler via Qlik Cloud APIs. So this is not also, again, not a limitation here. And the last one, and printing, and printing reporting. So, and printing is only for Qlik Sense client managed. And in Qlik Cloud, almost the same functionality is called Qlik reporting. So I will talk about 4 cases, let's say, or 4 options for reporting. So first of all, it's reporting services, which is built into Qlik automation. Reporting services will take one or more Qlik sheets from multiple applications and compile those into PowerPoint or PDF report. And the result can be then distributed through email, Microsoft Teams, Slack, SharePoint, and others. Another option is tabular reporting. So it's a feature of Qlik application. A report developer can create custom Excel documents from Qlik data and Qlik visualizations. And the result can be then distributed as an Excel file or PDF, and it can be distributed through email or SharePoint channel. So tabular reporting, it's like we have Excel templates in printing, which in my opinion was mainly used as the format of reports. And actually we have good news that now you're able to export those Excel report templates from Qlik and Printing and import them to Qlik Cloud, which will really be a relief, a big relief, because you will not have to recreate those templates in the cloud. So besides those 2, there is also like a new feature which is called subscription reports, which lets you schedule repeated emails which contain your preferred sheets or charts from the application. So you can set some filters on top and have a report with a US data delivered to your inbox at, let's say, every day in the morning. This feature, I would say, it's similar to what we had in printing. It was called something like entity object. And the last one, it's alerting. So you can define conditions based on measures and dimensions of the data that you want to monitor. And when conditions are met, notifications, which have preview data, is sent to you. So to summarize everything, well, migration to Qlik Sense Cloud will not be a lightning fast project, which ends in several days. In most migrations, it will take between maybe a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months. It really depends on how big your deployment is. And of course, so how many users, applications, reports needs to be migrated. Are there any customized, very specific components, features that needs to be re-engineered, implemented? Are you planning to do some cleaning existing applications and their components? And do you want to plan and start using some new features on the way? So all of that you have to consider, and all of that might, well, you have to consider during the plan of migration to Qlik Cloud. Okay, so thank you, and I will welcome Marius for a few last minutes to say the final words about the first part of our session.
So thanks a lot, Milda. It was a really detailed guide through the ways how to move to Qlik Cloud analytics. And with that, we are concluding our data analytics track. And thank you a lot for the questions that we are receiving. Our team is trying to tackle those questions which we can answer online. Some of the questions require more detailed and elaborate explanation. But be sure to come back at 1 o'clock when our data analytics track will start. We'll dig into reference architectures for data management in the cloud with Qlik Cloud data integration capabilities, about Snowflake, and we will finalize with our team's discussion about vision for uncluttering. So what is that? So be sure to be here to listen. Thank you so much, and have a nice break. It's an intermission now, and at 1 o'clock we will start again. See you. Good afternoon. We are here again to continue with data management track. And thanks a lot for all the questions you posted. Our team is working with the answers. Keep asking also during the data management track, where we will cover today the data reference architectures of data management in the cloud, Qlik Cloud data integration capabilities, Snowflake, and at the very end we will have a common discussion about uncluttering the data. But let's start with the first topic about reference architecture of data management in the cloud. It will be Svilans, myself, and my colleagues, system architect Simas Baranauskas.
Hello.
And when thinking about what are the data management in the cloud, we often call it the modern data stack. And when working with the companies and what I have typically seen in any given company, there is a gap. There is a data team, technical people who know how to write SQL statements, how to access the data, and there are business people who only they know the context of the business situations for which they require the data. Often in between there are business analyst teams who know how to write SQL and how to talk with the data teams to prepare the data, and they're also talking with the business communities to prepare this information. And modern data stack is actually there to help that initiative to bridge that gap and bring the data more closer to business operations to extract the value from it. And when we're talking about the data extraction, data access, there might be different stages in that process or readiness in which companies need modern data stack. Let's talk briefly about that. So, how typically analytics is beginning in the companies? Mainly, it's one source from which everything has started, be it ERP systems, CRM, whatever. And in this scenario, there are just few people, or one or few, who know this source, who work with this data. They probably have some tool like Excel, Power BI, Qlik, any tool actually. And the need is to quickly make some report, extract some information out from that one data source. And very often it's enough for that. You have to start somewhere at some point. And in this source access is starting to become more difficult, but there are some cures. So typically companies trying to make a replica of that source, provide of course read-only access to the data, but there are situations you have to merge data with another data source or third data source. You might try to use BI tool to merge this data together, which is possible, but it has some limitations as well, and the performance is missing. But there's clear sign when you probably will need to move to the next stage. So it's ever-growing number of the data sources, or you have teams needing access it from other locations of your company, and the number of users are growing. So you cannot provide users for every single data source separately. There might be BI tools are not capable of dealing with these data volumes anymore. And business requires more sophisticated visualizations. So that stage is called data lake stage. So in short, we are taking data from one or two or many data sources, ingesting that and putting into one single location called data lake. It's still raw data as it comes. Maybe you can do some filtering when selecting what you share there. And but already the companies and users are gaining some benefits, like there is a managed single access to the data source. You have better control over that. You can solve performance issues, and you can put even larger queries, the larger data sets. But still you have to maintain some skills, like for example, to query these various data sources, you have to keep somewhere wiki page with the SQL snippets to share this knowledge. You don't have an unified semantic layer yet. And it's again a sign. You can see some signs when users start arguing a bit about the data. So it's not yet a single source of truth. So they are demanding it to have a one reliable source. And you might also face situations when you have to separate changing data structures in transactional source for the reporting need, where you need to have more homogeneous environment and deal with these slowly changing dimensions and things like that. And maybe there is a need for artificial intelligence, machine learning. So the next stage in that situation would be a data warehouse, which combines a data lake where you can ingest Lambda data and bring it together in some ordered fashion to cure the data, to improve the data quality, merge the information together, and provide curated, confirmed, single source of truth to your business communities. And the business can really trust this information. In some situations, we can develop some specific data marts for some use case, but that comes from the data warehouse. And we at Infotrust have this modern data platform consists actually of very different pieces of technology. If you browse on Google, you'll see so many offerings there. What we have done at Infotrust, we very carefully have tried and proven alignment of these different technologies that we will show in the future and future slides. And Simas will explain why exactly we have chosen these technologies for our reference architecture. Simas?
Hello, everyone. So, yes, I will go a little bit more deeply to each of these components. And as Marius said, we have tried each of them and quite many alternatives. So I will maybe focus on each of these tools, why we chose them, what exactly it gives you in a certain point, and what are the benefits. So in this slide, we can see that we are ingesting the data to Azure Data Lake. And for that, we are using Data Factory as orchestrator and ingestion engine, the pipelines in Data Factory. And when the data is landed into the Snowflake, in a bronze layer, as we call it, and we'll get to the layers also in one of the presentations explaining a little bit more about what are those layers. But in general, we have the data in Snowflake. And for transformations, we're using dbt, dbt Cloud for transformation and documentation of all those transformations and data movements. There are alternatives, of course. For Data Factory, you can use Airflow, which is quite often used in the world. For Snowflake, for last 4 years, we were implementing also Azure Synapse Analytics, and we can compare those two tools very in a deep level. But at the end, we chose the ones you can see right now. And if we are going further, the first component is the data lake, which Marius already told a little bit about. Data lake is, in general, it's just a storage for any kind of files, any kind of information. Why to use data lake? It's because it's durable, it's high availability, it can have replicas in other geographical regions. It is protected from any disasters, and this comes out of the box. You don't need to administrate that or you have scaled machines, load balancing, and all those technical things. You don't you don't care anymore. And the price for data lake and data storage is very convenient. It's €9 per terabyte for a cool storage and €18 per terabyte for premium storage per month, which includes all the administration. Security, because they have all kind of security control of accessibilities. And the accessibility is also a different level, I would say, because the data in data storage can be accessed from any kind of tools, using REST API, using machine learning tools, Python notebooks. They can access that data by giving them the certain permissions. But in general, it's just a place where we land all the data. Do we need it right now? We will need it later. It doesn't matter. It's a storage where we will have all the data. Orchestration and ingestion engine. In our case, that would be Data Factory. We are working with Data Factory for, I think, six last years. And comparing to other tools that we were using before that, what benefits it gives you at the very beginning? First of all, the monitoring. In monitoring, in each Data Factory pipeline, you have the very detailed information about each run, how long it took, how many megabytes of data was transferred, how long it took to read the data from the source, like in this case, 4 minutes, 25 seconds, how long it took to transfer, because sometimes customer is asking, is it a good idea to transfer 10 gigabytes or 100 gigabytes from on-premise to cloud every night? And actually transferring is one of the least issues, transferring time. And writing to sync is very interesting point to track, because different tools have different writing speed, I would say. For example, in SQL, when you are writing data to SQL Server, it takes 10 times more time than writing to a data lake, because SQL is kind of checking each line, checking each consistency of the data, and data lake is just writing simple writing operation. Monitoring is not only about how long it takes, how much data we processed, it's also about setting the actions. What happens if, for example, the certain pipeline crashes, or there is an error in a copy data activity, for example. And you can set up what happens when you reach that point. Of course, you need to alert the maintenance team, but can you proceed with the same pipeline? Should you jump to next pipeline? All the actions can be set up in this orchestration tool. Complex cycling data loads, while you can set up not a simple pipeline, but like in this case, a pipeline that, in this case, actually, it was reading 200 databases, looking for the same information in each of the database. And in each of the database, it was querying only the new data, all data that we have already, skipping. And in these cases, you can set up parameters parameters for a pipeline, parameters for a data set, global parameters on all data factory. And by using those parameters, you can set up quite a complex pipelines. And it gives you clear visual understanding of the data flow. Comparing to the scripting tools that usually we have, it's you need to go through lots of lines and in your head understand how they are connected and where exactly is jumping the flow after error. And here you have the visual understanding what exactly is happening and what sequence and so on. And you build, on top of these pipelines, you build pipelines that are managing the pipelines, master of pipelines. It's for orchestration, because when you finish the ingestion, you need to start the dbt part that will do the transformation, and you need to wait until it finishes. When it finishes, then you need to reload the Qlik applications, and maybe not to reload them all at once, but maybe wait for until one is finished and then jump to another. So orchestration of pipelines is critical when you have, for example, we have customers that have 200 pipelines. And with 200 pipelines, and in each of those you have 40 different steps, you need additional tool, a visual tool to manage that. Just by scripting, which would look like this, it's almost impossible to manage loads like this. But in this scripting part, or sometimes you jump in this scripting part because for quickly replacing the data set with another one, just by find replace. Next one for orchestration is out-of-the-box connectors and Data Factory. Data Factory has many connectors like Microsoft CRM, Salesforce, Business Central, BigQuery, Google Analytics, any kind of connectors are just out of the box. And in my experience, it's only the custom-made solutions with custom APIs. You need to add them themselves. But even that is possible. You can add your own connector to this tool. Integration runtime for on-premise data. In some cases, not in some cases, in many cases, you need to access the on-premise data. And usually it's a very secure perimeter. You cannot just open on-premise data to cloud, just simply to cloud. You need to set up either the private network or whitelist the IPs or use the any other tools. And in Data Factory, it is solved very easily. It has integration runtimes that solves that problem. And you install integration runtime on self-hosted machine. And during installation, it requires special key that your Data Factory was providing. Your Data Factory, not just a general, but exactly your Data Factory instance is providing this key. And during installation, integration runtime connects to this Data Factory. And from that time, it answers and proceeds requests only from this Data Factory. And all communication between Data Factory and integration runtime is encrypted. All infrastructure providers like DataBank, Bluebridge, and they already know this integration runtime, and we have no problem to access the on-premise data. You just send them the new key and installation, and in 15 minutes, everything is set up. So, on-premise Data Factory, easy to use and scale. Easy to use and scale because the pipeline has visual editor, and you can have, as you see here, the monitor. You can monitor how it was run last night, night before. You can clone it. You can export that as a template and maybe import to another data factory. And scaling solution is so easy that in some forums, experts are talking about that as a in sense of weakness of data factory, because in a month you can create so many pipelines that it gets a messy, too easy to create new ones. But using some discipline, of course, it's not a bad thing to have such a functionality. Data warehouse. I finished about the orchestration and ingestion engine as a data factory. We're jumping now to data warehousing part. And the next session will be whole about Snowflake, which is a chosen platform by Infotrust. And what I will just quickly go through the main benefits for those who will not attend the next session. The performance. Snowflake is very, very fast. And from our experience, the tests that we were running with queries for 100 million rows, it was running faster 3 or 4 times faster than on signups on data lake. Not even talking about SQL, because SQL was the least performed tool from our experience. Scalability. In some cases in SQL, even in data lake, it runs, everything runs smoothly with 10 million rows. When it comes to 500 million rows, it's everything changes. And sometimes you need to re-engineer everything that you do, how you do, because it just cannot handle that much data anymore. And the Snowflake, it's easy. You just choose another computing engine, the more powerful computing engine, and you don't need to redo anything. Intermediate results, it's just a general benefit of having a data lake or a data warehouse, because you have not only the final result, but you have each result after each step that you can trace. If there is an error or something goes wrong, you can easily find where exactly it happened. Possibility to collect additional data, like snapshotting some information that is not stored and kept in a system. Ability to analyze data with different tools. We'll talk about that also in the next session a lot, I think. Accessing data for complete self-service, data discovery. Yeah, that will be the next session, but these points are the main for data warehousing. dbt tool. When we have data in data warehouse, why do we need dbt? dbt gives you actually it's a tool that became very popular for a very short time, and in Scandinavia, more than half of Snowflake users, companies, are using dbt as well. And why? First of all, it's management of complex lineage workflows. In dbt, each of these boxes are different transformations. And you can see which sources are used in what transformations, and result of those transformations where are used further. And in this case, for example, we have SRC orders as a result. And you can see that all the final results are using that query. So if I will touch that one, I need also to check how it will impact the tree of result transformations. models. For example, campaigns are used only in one. So I know that I don't need to test orders when I'm touching campaigns. Automatic documentation of your solution. It's very important. In our experience, I don't think that even 30% of BI implementations are documented properly. And when a new developers come in or a new company is overtaking maintenance of the solution, that is quite a problem. With DBT, you get initial documentation. Like in this example, you can see all the sources that are used for transformations. In each source, you have all the columns that it has. You can add additional description of those columns. But what is even more important, you see in a tab reference by, you can see all the further transformations that will use that source. And if I will press on pardavimai, on the fourth model that will use the source actually is sales header of document, sales document. And if I'm pressing that pardavimai, I immediately get to the transformation part, to documentation of that transformation part with all the queries inside. I can see in a line 61 that it is joined with, the header is joined with lines. And I can add a description of each column, additional description, what exactly is transformed. And I can also go to, again, depends on, and evaluate what other transformations are using this result of that transformation. So documentation, it is to have at least 90 or 80% of documentation out of the box while you're implementing. It is a lot, because to do that manually, someone will spend many hours. And if you are spending many hours for the first time while preparing that, that's one thing. But after half a month, half a year, after 1 year, is it still the actual documentation? Or are we keeping that alive, or it's just a version that we had 1 year ago? And with DBT, it is always the actual version. It is always tracking, are you still using that source? It is always tracking all the connections, which is very important, I think, for mature companies. Monitoring, intermediate results, testing. You can set up, in a model, you can set up description of the column, and you can set the test. Like, for example, in this case, currency and exchange rate connection. Like, there is a column that has currency and the date. And it must be unique. And it must have not nulls, which is important for the further transformations. And the result that we have when we describe all those tests, it's like you can see how many tests failed, what tests passed, and if you will have that for your whole transformations for the test environment. Immediately after you do the change, you run the workflow, and you can see if any of the tests failed, which makes testing and development way faster. Version control. Version control is like in DBT, you always have the three environments: the testing, development, testing, and production. And of course, you are working in development environment. Then you push that to the branch of testing. You trigger the whole workflow, and in the end, you have those all passed tests, and if it works, and of course you can also have the user acceptance test that even the user says, yes, everything is okay, we push that to the production. So that is all about those key components of our reference architecture, and maybe briefly why we choose them. And the next session is going more deeply into the Snowflake engine. Snowflake, house of your data. Why Snowflake, and what differs Snowflake from other platforms, other tools? Snowflake was created from scratch. It had no history, no dependency on existing customer base that you need to support. It was created from the scratch by ex-Oracle developers who started from the idea, not from the existing customer, but from the idea how exactly it should work, what exactly we are trying to achieve. And the idea was to create a platform that meets all the needs from different users, different business cases, and one platform for all data management, because they already felt that business users, data scientists, data engineers, they all have slightly different expectations of the tool. And all the core features like security, roles, row-level security, databases, schemas, all those are in place. We will not go deeply into that because, to explain you that Snowflake has security roles, and every tool has security roles, it makes no sense to waste your time. And it manages SQL and Python queries by default. Any workbook you will create or any query you will run, you just choose either you use Python or SQL. And I think that those two are the main languages that in our days are used for data transformations. Number of users around data are really growing, and new scenarios are coming every day. Why report is not enough? And in our experience as well, we meet more and more requests that the report is fine, the report works well, but I need to get to the data. Why? First of all, I need to create my own report for a very specific purpose, and I know exactly what I'm looking for, because in nowadays, analysts and even some business users, they already know the SQL. They already know the tools, and they can do some of the reports or insights by themselves, and explaining that to the data engineer who will just rewrite the query that you already provided makes no sense. So they're asking for access to the data, and we have the business case that we are developing where 600 users are using Snowflake. 600 users are accessing to the data, which is a way different level that we had maybe 20 years ago, where only the data engineers, that 3 of them, were accessing the data. Automated reports. Someone is building or implementing tools that for alerting or for outside distributing or for any other reasons creating reports, something like, and printing does, but with additional functionality. So they're asking access to the data. Additional tools like budgeting for the facts or last year, they always need the data. Even connecting Excel to the data, I don't think Excel will ever gets out of the picture when we are talking about data analytics, because there is no other tool better for modeling the data. In some cases, we have experienced that even ERP that we were collecting data from asks us to push back some of the statistic and the data. Like in this example, what I wrote, manufacturing company wanted to have an item card, cost split by all the manufacturing processes and adding the cost of the work. Because in ERP, they can see the cost of material, but they couldn't see what is the cost of work. And it is recalculating every day using the new price list of the materials. And every day you can see that new statistics, and when the sales are discussing with customer or negotiating the price, they always know what is exactly the cost of the future production. And CRM applications, they are always hungry for actual data, because just to have the customer card in CRM, it's not complete. Architecture in Azure without Snowflake. That's actually how it looks in our cases as well. It's a sign-up, so we have SQL databases, we have blob storage, and when all those scenarios that we were discussing in previous slide, when they are starting to ask for the data, you're starting to provide them different views. For example, if we are storing the staging data just in a data lake, and the business asks, we need to evaluate how exactly the data is filled in, for example, customer cards. Is there any customer cards that don't have price lists attached? Is other customer cards without manager and without address? And they want just to access the data and query it and evaluate the quality of the data. And in this case, we are giving them access to the blob storage. And blob storage, I need to this CSV to somehow manage. And for other data, it's in SQL. For other data, it's in a signups. So this mess is exactly what Snowflake was trying to solve. And any need for the data, now it's in a Snowflake. If you need a report, that's a Qlik. If you need data, that's in a Snowflake. Snowflake platform, it's very good to understand how exactly it works and why it's different from some of the other tools. First of all, in a center layer, we can see the optimized storage. This storage can be in Google Cloud, can be in AWS, in Azure, and that's just the storage. It is separated from the rest. It's where the data lives. On top of that, we have multi-cluster compute layer, elastic compute layer, which means the compute engine is totally separated from the storage. Not like in SQL Server. It's separate engines. And the last layer, the light blue, it's all the services that end user is seeing. It's the studio where you write notebooks. It's the containers where you put your ML data models. Everything that a user is accessing is the last layer. Performance. That was one of the, I already mentioned, key points for us, that this compute cluster compute engine is very, very fast. It's like to make a transformation for 1 million rows, for 1 million, like connecting 5 tables with 100 of million rows and doing some calculations, it took for us 1.5 minutes. and in other tools, that was 15 minutes. So just to proceed to the 100 million data, it's nothing. What does it mean, this elastic multi-cluster compute? That means that on the same data, we can run 3 different queries or transformations on the same data, on the same tables. We can run 3 different transformations with totally different compute power. One is quite simple data. It uses extra small compute engine. Data scientists, they always need a lot of computing power that's a medium. Marketing also using a small one. And it's not like in a SQL server that you will be suspended until data scientists will not finish, the rest are waiting. They all run in parallel. And as Snowflake states, they support only unlimited concurrent users, concurrent queries on the same data. And with Snowflake, you pay only for seconds that you are using this compute engine, seconds, not even the hours, but seconds. And sometimes it makes even sense to run bigger queries on bigger engines that cost double, but the query time is 2 times less, so in the end you pay the same. And data discovery. Data discovery is the same scenario that I was telling about business that is accessing actually we have customer that has entities in 20 different countries. For them to find out how exactly, what is the situation in the raw data, just in the raw data, they need to connect to different servers, different companies. And when you gather everything in one place, they immediately ask, can I get the access? I want just to see what is going on in the raw data. That's the data discovery. But in data lake, it's very difficult to have good quality data discovery, because data lake is reading all the files, then looking in that file, particular data that you are looking for. And in this case, it's all the queries run very long. Almost to process all the data and to get only the last month, it's almost the same time. That's why the data lake is one of the worst tools for data discovery. Elastic computer, yeah, you can scale it out, scale it up, and multi queries. Maximizing cost and efficiency. This is also interesting because in signups, the same. Of course, you can. They are charging per usage, but what is the usage? You get almost in the end, you get an invoice. So you know that you were running 200 hours and you have run 30,000 queries. But in Snowflake, you can see every query. You can get consumption by data warehouse, by user, by each query. How much exactly each night costs this query for you. So you know exactly where to optimize. You can set up a budget for each data warehouse, for each user, and you can get alerts if something is getting out of control. Micro-partitions, it's very important difference from other tools, how they are storing the data. This is one table, and it is stored in different micro-partitions. Those micro-partitions are from 50 megabytes to sometimes, if there are 10 terabytes of data, then up to 500 megabytes. But usually it's 50 megabytes partitions. And what it gives to us? Each partition actually can have a link to different tables, which means in Snowflake, they say data are stored only once. And in Snowflake, it's true. If I downloaded the data from ERP, for example, and I have the table, I can do a clone of that table in seconds, and they will not duplicate the data. They will create another table with link to the same micro partitions. And visually, actually, how it looks on a demo environment in our case that I created, I just write the code that create or replace database, whole database demo 2, clone from PC dbt 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 db, and it took query duration 3 seconds. It took 3 seconds to create that new database. Which means even in Snowflake says, even to clone the terabyte of the data to another database for testing purposes or for any other purposes, it takes seconds. And it gives you additional possibilities to work with data. Sometimes you can create a clone of data, set up a special security and publish that to the special group of users, because they have the certain task and it's not permanent, it's just for 1 month. So very, very easy to do that. Another feature that also is connected to those micro partitions, it's time travel. I have a table, VC. It's from Hansa, I think. And number of rows in this table is 167,000. So I select the top 100. Okay, nothing interesting for me. And I just truncate. I truncated that table. And when I run again, select top 100 from the same table, it's empty. And now I realize that I'm quick in action and only then thinking. I need that data. Actually, I need that data. How can I get it back? I can select that data with timestamp. I can select that data with timestamp like 1 hour ago. How that table looked 1 hour ago. And I see the result. It's just to the same query, select top 100, I added a timestamp. And depending on level of Snowflake, what you will choose, standard or enterprise. Standard is holding the data for 1 day. Enterprise is holding all versions of data for 90 days. Which means they are not deleting the micro partition that we were talking about. They were just deleting the link to the table, but micro partition stays. And you can restore that at any time in 90 days. If that would be dropping the table, I can just write undrop the table. It's like, it was like, wow, I can undrop the table. And yes, you can undrop the table. It takes 60 milliseconds to restore the table. In this case, because I was just truncating it, I'm filling it back with data from certain point of time. And again, it took 1.6 seconds to fill back 170,000 of rows. Yep, now I have the data back. So these were the key differentiators for us to choose Snowflake: the performance, how fast it is, the possibility to run different engines on the same tables, different transformations are done with different speed. So in all the cases we have easy dimensions that will processed in 10 minutes, and then we are waiting for 3 hours for the big fact table to be transformed. And in this case, we can shorten the time, and especially in Business Central, where all the cost posting are done just before the night ends, you sometimes have a shortage of the time. And the last thing, Snowflake, of course, it has AI and everything that is needed for AI. It even has this LLM functions, and you can create your own chat GPT. And of course, it has containers where you can store your models. And by evaluation of experts, Snowflake is very high in the chart. How it is evaluated. So you can be sure that AI will be handled here as well.
Yes, and welcome to a session about streaming the data. And the session name is Stream and Model Your Data with Qlik Cloud Data Integration. I mentioned that Qlik is popping up with news very oftenly, and just yesterday evening, Qlik came up with the news that Qlik Cloud Data Integration now has it's a single product with 4 editions, and it happens that Qlik Cloud Data Integration is now in first 2 editions, like Starter and Standard edition of Qlik Cloud Talent solution. Despite that, the functionality is as I will discuss, but that just the solution is becoming much broader. And when talking about data streaming, I think it's important to get a bit back to this cloud reference architecture that Simas was talking today, and where this in this place Qlik is fitting. So as you see, what has changed in the picture is instead of ingestion, we have streaming capabilities. That is delivered by Qlik, and we will focus on instead of ingestion by batch or micro batching, the data streaming is really providing the more real-time capabilities to the businesses. But what is the driving need for data streaming? Let's talk a bit about that. And the concept of real-time processing is basically based on the situations where businesses must operate with the latest information available to making these decisions. Sometimes these are essential real-time data about fleet management, like in Penske Logistics, or I have been talking with some fintech companies that have sales data. They are changing something in the sales systems, and they want to make or have the information back of the market impact as soon as possible, because maybe every 10 or 20 or 30 minutes of wrong configuration is a lost sales. So business are more and more oftenly requiring that part. The second part of the change data captures, it's a functionality that has limited or even zero impact both on the source and target systems, especially important with the production systems that has thousands and millions or billions of transactions happening every time, and we need to have this information real time, how to pull that information from those systems. And third aspect is to handle hybrid and very heterogeneous environments. You might have some systems on premise. You have, like, for example, this retailer with 650 stores, where we have to pull the data from their side. How to handle these large-scale data collection from these sources, and each of those areas we can learn a bit more on these. So when talking about the real time, in which cases these might become essential. Let's say if you are from insurance company, you want to have real-time data for making dynamic pricing for your customers, or in retail you might want to adjust stock levels based on the customer traffic that you have today, right now, and you might to have machine learning capabilities based on real-time data to direct logistics on the different routes if some weather disasters are happening. So there are many use cases, and maybe there is even some business case that you are currently thinking or your business are demanding it from you. But the need is there, and how to deliver this real-time capability. So change data capture is the way how the industry have done that already for many years. There are not that many tools out. If you change for the data streaming tools, what we came across is customers are usually evaluating Qlik as one of those. Before it was known as Unity and Qlik Replicate. Now it's Qlik Cloud Data Integration, or currently Talent Cloud. Other tools we have met in the market is Oracle Golden Gate or Fivetran or similar tools. But in essence, change data capture, what it does, it identifies the data, metadata changes where when the core systems are committing those to the database. So when CRM writes some records to the database, that typically that may be 4 types of these database changes. One is inserts. So one or more rows to the database is added, for example, amount of the sale, recent sales transaction, new customer. They can be updates like, for example, address is corrected and for the customer transactional record. Sometimes there are deletes when, for example, incorrect sales transactions are erased. That's rarely, but happening. And there might be changes to the structures of the database, of the data definition language, like new tables, column change, and data type changes. And in a given time window, such as 1 second, a production database might be processing thousands and even millions of inserts, updates, and deletes. Data definition changes are more rare and happening on not at that dynamic scale. And change data capture tools are looking for these updates, these changes, and replicated those. And there are 2 types of for change data capture solutions. So one type of solution is agent-based. It means it installs an agent on each production database or site, and sometimes also on the target site. And the drawback for that is that it's still using some computing power, some resources, and degrading the performance of that system. More modern approach is to have zero footprint agent or serverless, agentless access. In that instance, this CDC is somewhere outside a different server, not located on these data sources or targets. And this works much more efficiently, and this is the modern approach. And this is exactly what Qlik Data Integration does. But regarding the data movement, it moves the data not through Qlik Cloud, but it moves it directly from your source to the target, and not putting the data through third-party cloud instance, like in this case Qlik. So in a very secure manner. And so this is how this minimal impact on the systems is achieved to have this real-time data delivery. And it's important to have a heterogeneous environment, to have access to as many data sources as possible. So here it's in the demo within Qlik Cloud tenant, we switch from analytics to Qlik Cloud Data Integration, and we can choose any of basically 200 sources. It could be a database like Oracle, SQL Server, Postgre, MySQL, NoSQL. It could be flat files and different cloud systems, cloud API connectors, such as Salesforce, CRM, sales systems. And we choose target. could be Snowflake, could be Qlik, could be Synapse, anything like these modern platforms. Why there was Qlik as one of the targets? It's because Qlik Cloud data integration or replication capabilities are coming free of charge to Qlik Cloud, meaning that you can have these real-time replication from your sources directly to your QVD files. And Qlik calls this active QVD approach. And so there are really like four of these scenarios. With QVD files, you can have data updated directly to Qlik Cloud Analytics. But if you choose, you can also share this data directly in your own S3 storage. And basically that way, these real-time QVDs can feed also your on-premise Qlik Sense or even QlikView data with real-time capabilities. So it's one simple scenario use case. The other case we have here is data lake landing. So data lake storage, as Simas explained about data lakes, where you can store your structured and unstructured data. In this case, Qlik Cloud data integration would be landing the data directly to the data lake part. And the targets are supported like Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Snowflake, Databricks. And we are not focusing yet today on in deep for all these scenarios, but there are further scenarios like data warehouse automation, because Qlik Cloud data integration has data warehouse automation capabilities, providing a no-code, low-code development environment to bring the data further and transform into already curated data marts within the data warehouse. And even further, it can be data lakehouse automation, where it brings the data and orchestrates these transformations further the line. With the Qlik Talent Cloud, actually, since yesterday, these use cases multiplied, almost doubled, and there are now 7 use cases in addition, like API integration and connection to different streaming platforms, and data quality is one big part of that, with the creation of data products within the company. But we will cover these parts in our different sessions, I think in October, when the next Qlik Customer Day will happen. To summarize, what Qlik Cloud data integration provides. Once you capture the changes in your source systems, it can be in the cloud or on premise, Qlik Cloud integration can move, transform, like light filtering, light transformations, and deliver the data directly to your data lake or to QVD files. So you will have real-time information available there. And there are examples that even the largest financial companies are globally relying on Qlik for that functionality. And you can really take over 200 different data sources, and if you Google for in a Qlik connector factory, you will find that they are coming up around 500 different connectors. That will be like pre-built connectors with understanding the data structure of some of those systems that you can leverage already by bringing these SaaS-based systems also to your data analytics. And the movement the data is not limited between any of the cloud providers, so it can be you are quite free from to choose on which platform you are, or you're on premise or on cloud, and which cloud. And it's automated, so it means once you set this process, you almost can forget about it. Like there was a customer case presented in Qlik Connection earlier this month, Vanguard, where almost among all the statistics they provided, there was like one number which stood out. It was like 0, that they had 0 incidents of data loss forever since they introduced Qlik Cloud data integration for their purposes. So it's a scalable platform that can deliver data integration capabilities, and it's an option which Qlik Cloud Analytics customers can leverage already, but those who need these real-time capabilities and evaluating like solutions like in the market, when you Google about CDC tools or best CDC tools, you definitely will see in this top 10 list, one of the first, second, or third place will be Qlik Replicator at Unity, one of the former names, and the Qlik is rated very highly in this our area. With that, I conclude the session about Qlik Cloud data integration, and I will invite again my colleagues Simas and Milda for the next session about Snowflake.
Me and Milda, we will talk more about roadmap. What are the possibilities and scenarios, and what is important to plan your project to move to the cloud? To move to the cloud in sense of the whole reference architecture, to move to the Qlik Cloud and to transfer your ETL part to Snowflake, dbt, and we will call it Snowflake just to simplify the picture. So ETL part and a Qlik part. And by discussing all the possible scenarios and what is important and why, finally we realized that to start from the scenarios, it's not the right point. So where we will start our presentation, and we strongly recommend to do the same way if you are planning the project, we should start from setting up the requirements for the project, because technically there are many ways how to do that transition, but you need to understand, are you meeting requirements of your organization? So what is first question? Why to migrate, and why now? Why exactly we are migrating? Is it ERP migration that we will have in a half a year or in 1 year? Is it new functionality in the cloud or pricing in the cloud that we definitely need and as soon as possible? ETL is not reliable. ETL is not reliable is is more often met in my career than I would think it should be, but you know, every week, one day we are not getting the reports because it's crashes. Something crashes in between, and we need to fix that definitely. We are getting reports after the midnight, after the midday, where we cannot work in the morning because reports are not ready. It's also quite often scenario. Preparation for future needs, we just have all the time. We want to go safely and easy because it's just to prepare for the future. Users need data, not just a report, it's also a need. So these are the first questions where we would start to answering them, because that will help us to choose the right scenario. So why migrate and why now? And then we need to define how we are doing the migration. First of all, what are requirements for user experience during migration? And it's a different cases if you have 10 users and you have 150 users. And those 150 users, if they will not work for 2 days, the impact for the business will be sensible. And we can invest additional work and maybe money to avoid any downtimes. So it can be zero time downtime for end users. It can be no hybrid solution. All the migration for end users, like there was a Qlik on-premise, and one day we have everything the same or not the same in a cloud. No mess in migration, during migration. It can be different user groups. It can be migrated in a different speed because we have the key users and we need to migrate them very quickly. And the rest we'll do step by step. App by app migration, security requirements. So how migration will impact users? That's all the questions regarding this part. Evaluating data sites, ingestion, data preparation time to migrate solution that is running 1 hour during the night and migrating solution that is running 10 hours. It's a different stories. It's different scenarios how you will do that. Because can data ingestion be duplicated? Can we every night load all the data to existing Qlik reports and all the same data to cloud data warehouse? Is it possible? The data source will allow us to do that. What is current workload in sense of time? And also, what is expectations? Because now we are running 10 hours. What is expectations for the future? Can we do that in 5 hours, in 3 hours, in 1 hour? Requirement for continuous development during migration. This is a key, actually, one of the key points. Will we stop all development? And for half a year, we'll do migration. So no new needs from business will be accepted. Everything stops. Or we do continuous development. If we have that requirements that nothing will stop, we will do development. So there are many ways. Either we do it twice every time, but how we test it, how we managing it. This requirement. We need to. Everything can be set up, but we need to understand: do we invest in that? Do we make a project more complex, or we can set up project in an easy manner? Because no new requirements. We haven't developed that for half a year, and another half a year is not a problem. It's a different project. We already talked about this reference architecture, but now let's talk about those bronze, silver, and gold layers. And is our current solution does it meet the same structure about the bronze, silver, and gold? What intermediate results will be stored in Snowflake comparing to Qlik applications? Because sometimes in Qlik applications there is a ETL scripting that does a lot of work, but you don't have that. You're not saving the intermediate results. You just have starting point and then you have the ending point. So let's decide what will we store every step in those layers or just a final step. Requirement for the gold layer and security, because at the moment when it is in a Qlik QVD files, we are most probably not giving access directly to QVD files to end users. So we don't have that, even the idea how we will do that. So before starting, let's decide. Will the gold layer will be in one database? There will be many gold layers divided by groups, and we will set up security and hold the data schemas accordingly. And the same with bronze and silver layers. Will we give access to end users to also the bronze layer? For silver layer, I don't think it's, and in my experience, it's not needed because the intermediate results are mostly for data engineers that are looking for errors and testing the data quality. But bronze layer is, there is a need to access that. Documentation. It is also a very important question. Is it needed after we will do the migration? Will we have documentation? Do we have that now? And will we have that in the future? And what is the depth of documentation? Only dimensional calculations, or are we describing each step of transformation? And that is always a discussion, how detailed documentation must be. Because if you create a document with 10,000 pages, no one is reading that. So you need to find acceptable level of documentation, so it will be useful. And why this topic is important when you plan migration? Because if you ask for company or your own developers, can you prepare documentation from the scratch? Now, we have already the solution, but we have zero documentation. They will tell you, okay, I need to go through all the scripts and find out what exactly they do, and then I will document. Now, when you ask a developer, can I migrate that to the cloud? They will tell you, okay, I need to go to all the scripts, find out what they do, and then I migrate. And this go all through the scripts and find out what they do is the same step that both of them will do. So it is a very good time to raise that need and include it in your project. So after migration, you have that documentation, not doing the go through all the script twice. Environments. In this migration architecture, we definitely need to decide how many environments, for what purposes, with what security roles we will have. This development, testing, production environments, how exactly they will be divided. For example, in Snowflake, you can have different accounts of Snowflake, which would be comparable to different SQL servers in different machines. And they are separated, they have nothing in common except maybe the same LAN. But users, setup of users is different in each of them. On the other hand, you can have one environment and just different databases and set up the security database by database. And that's on one hand, it gives you additional security. On another hand, it's one more thing to manage those three accounts. And the same goes with everything, with DBT, with Data Factory, even with the Qlik environments and applications. How many of those environments we will have? Will we have testing only for transformations, or will we have testing for changes in a source? And for example, if you have a Business Central testing environment and Business Central working production environment, and they are uploading new changes, some changes in database, some additional columns or changes of types. So they are uploading that to your testing Business Central, and you can run the test through all the data workflow to evaluate does it give you any impact on the final BI solution. So those scenarios, testing and environments are needed to move further. When you have those requirements, that was just, it's not a final list that we are now providing, it's just the idea that you need to think about it, and even when you think about it and you decide it, you need to present them to the project shareholders, to someone who will give the approval for the project. And maybe they will ask why it's so expensive. Because it's not just migration project. We are doing also documentation project, and we have requirement 0 downtime. And if we eliminate that, it's maybe twice cheaper. And you need to it's shareholders who decide on that. And you need to get that decision, approval, and only then you can move on. So Milda will now, we were talking about what impacts the scenario. And now we're getting to the part interesting. So what are those scenarios? So I'm giving the stage to Milda.
Yeah, so Simas raised quite many questions, right? And a lot of things, what he mentioned, you really need to consider carefully. And actually, all those answers internally, which or all those decisions which you will make, will draw like a perimeter, which will help you to decide on what should be the right scenario for you to move forward with immigration. Because, well, there are, I guess, plenty of those scenarios which you can follow, but I will try to mention several of them just to give you some idea of what they can be. So let's start with the first scenario. I called it all at once. So what happens? So you have Qlik Sense, which is running on premise, and it continues working as that. In the meantime, you start data preparation chain moving or reallocating to Snowflake. And when it's finished, and usually it's done for all applications at once, so when it's finished, then you do the migration of Qlik needed, Qlik applications to Qlik Cloud, and you switch the data source to Snowflake. So both of those two actions are done at once, all at once. And then you switch off the Qlik Sense on-premise and everything starts working on cloud. There is also, well, the thing to consider in those steps, in those actions, like data preparation re-engineering. Are you going to do this during the data preparation pipeline to Snowflake? So are you going to include this in this whole project, or you will do this at the end as a new project? So this last step needs to be considered in all the scenarios. But in general, so when would you choose this scenario all at once? So most probably when switching to Qlik Cloud is not urgent, you can stay on premise. And when there are not so much of scripting, maybe not a lot of applications, script is not too complicated, and then that it will not take you too long to move all applications at once. So the key aspect here, we think that here you should consider moving all at once. The advantage of this scenario is that you do not need to migrate Qlik ETL applications. So you do not put anything what is not needed in the cloud. And so in migration, you need to migrate less applications. It becomes easier and faster, shorter. However, the disadvantage is that most probably you will have to stop the development for a certain time. Maybe for a short one, because, well, switching, migrating everything might not take too long, but the development most probably should stop. Otherwise, you will have to do the changes on Qlik Sense premise scripting and also repeat the same in Snowflake reallocation as well. So it's better not to double the things. Another scenario, which is pretty similar to the first one, but in this case, we are focusing, or priority we put on the Snowflake. That Snowflake, we move to Snowflake first and only then to Qlik Cloud. So the actions starts the same. You continue working on Qlik Sense on-premise. In the meantime, data is reallocated to Snowflake. And then data source is switched to Snowflake, but you are doing this before going to cloud. So you're doing in the applications which are on-premise. And when all applications are switched, the source is switched, then you can move everything to Qlik Cloud and switch off on Qlik Sense on-premise. So most probably the biggest advantage of this is that you can work this first part, switching the data source, you can work it application by application. And the switching in the backend will happen unnoticeable for the consumers, for the end users. First scenario, Qlik Cloud goes first. We put the priority on Qlik migration to Qlik Cloud. So the first step is that you migrate all the applications to Qlik Cloud, including visual applications as well as ETL applications, which are doing the data preparation. And then you can switch Qlik Sense on-premise off because everything you have in cloud. And then you can start working on moving the data, reallocating the data to Snowflake. And when it's done, so you switch, then you remove all ETL applications which you previously moved to Qlik Cloud. So now you have to delete them. Yeah, and yeah, that's it. So I think that you would choose this scenario when switching to Qlik Cloud is urgent and it has a priority number one. You would like to switch off Qlik on-premise and move to Qlik Cloud as soon as possible. The advantage is that so consumptions of applications are switched quickly to Qlik Cloud. It happens seamlessly without major impact to consumers. And also that in this scenario, you can work application by application and do the migration to Snowflake. So this is also good. However, there are a couple of disadvantages that since you are going to move everything to Qlik Cloud, it means that you will have to establish connectivities to all the sources which are needed also in Qlik Cloud. And then the deletion of ETL apps. So it means that you spend a time and money to migrate ETL apps to Qlik Cloud, and later on you are deleting them. So it's for a certain time you are moving something what will be not needed in the near future. Then we have like a hybrid scenario. Qlik Sense on-premise continues to work. So users are working in there. Visual applications are being migrated to Qlik Cloud. But ETL and data preparation stays on-premise. So it means that you have to, well, there are two like environments working on-premise and Qlik Cloud. Some processes are happening in on-premise, some processes like consumption is happening in cloud. And then you work on switching data to Snowflake. and switching the data sources. When all the applications are switched to Snowflake, then Qlik Sense on-premise is switched off. Advantages of such scenario is that consumption of applications are quickly switched to Qlik Cloud, so users can start learning and using Qlik Cloud features. You are not bringing ETL applications to Qlik Cloud as in previous scenario. And you can also work application by application or by application groups. So you reallocate data preparation pipelines to Snowflake by taking app by app. Disadvantage is that, well, as I already mentioned, 2 environments which needs to be, let's say, administered on-premise, Qlik on-premise, and Qlik on cloud. And the last one, scenario, well, we called it application by application. In this scenario, so you keep Qlik Sense on-premise working, and then you take application by application. Select one, let's say the most important application, you reallocate the data preparation to Snowflake gradually. Then you move this application to Qlik Cloud, also switch the data source to Snowflake, and you repeat this application by application. The biggest advantage is that you can carefully select exactly which applications needs to be moved first as priority number 1, and then maybe other applications can wait a little bit. However, the disadvantage is that one day the application can be reached and found on Qlik Sense on-premise, but the other day it is moved to Qlik Cloud. So there might be some confusion for the users, so where to search for that application, where to find it, because some part of applications are still on-premise, other part of applications are in cloud. But so in any case, as you can see, there are several scenarios, and as I said, I didn't mention all of them. But those scenarios, whatever you take, they have some advantages, disadvantages, and you just need to choose the one which fits your needs mostly.
Yep. And by listening all those scenarios, I can hear some of you saying, why so many scenarios? So just can you recommend which way to go? And I can recommend almost any of those scenarios, depending on answering the couple of questions. Like, do you have 5 applications? Then all at once. Do you have 700 reports? You will not manage to do that all at once, because for 1 year that will take you to migrate. And our ETL is not working. It's just crashing. We need to solve that quickly because it's not reliable anymore. That's another scenario. And we are telling all those scenarios not because we don't know which to choose. We haven't decided which one is better. We haven't decided which one is better for each of you. But for that, we need some answers. And to understand, this is a project. This is a project with some requirements, but also possibilities like documentation and re-engineering. And you need to look at that as a project. It's not something that comes out of the box and we are just switching, because in your case, some of management or I don't know, shareholders can say it's just a switching the thing. Why so messy and why so expensive? Because it is a project, and we are not just switching the technology, we are switching the way we work. And that would be the key maybe message from us, that think about it seriously, with all the advantages that you could achieve out of this. Thank you.
Thank you, and stay tuned for the last closing highlights.
Qlik. So we are here for the closing highlights, and I asked to come everyone who presented today. We had 2 tracks: data analytics track and data management track. We basically what we started with to discuss about that Qlik is encouraging customers to move to the cloud. They move existing analytics to the cloud, and that gives, we initially thought that gives those 2 scenarios: to move the analytics as it is to the cloud, or to rethink data strategies to more be enabled for artificial intelligence, machine learning capabilities, and maybe clean some of the unused reports or transformations that are gathered in these many years on premise. But moving to the cloud, you have this capability. Saulius, maybe you can share your thoughts about that.
Too many to share them at once, but we have many meetings with the customers, and always it's good to look for main points, how customers are positioning the problems when facing changes, and where is that golden spot where our practice, our experience, our best practice fit the average line, the baseline of the customer needs. And one example of finding that gold spot, I would say, could be an example of our customer who was traveling Qlik journey for 20 years with more than 100 users, and they were very agile, they were very fast, they fitted their business requirements like 100%. And there was a certain point of time after 20 years when they stopped. And they raised their hands and said, help. Milda, you were leading the team, which was doing an audit after that stop. What you found?
Yeah, so we had, actually, I guess that this is normal. So we found a lot of things which are used and which are not used anymore. So too much of applications, part of them are used, part of them are not. Inside the application, script exception on top of exception. No one could not explain why it's like that. No one could not understand what is it doing. Measures, hundreds, dimensions, dozens. The explanation, the documentation, there was nothing. I mean, no one could know what's in there. Everything was created like that. And maybe it was created only for one-time purpose, and that's it. Later on, no one needed, no one used it. So that was the situation when we migrated customers from QlikView to Qlik Sense. And I guess that today we will face pretty similar situation when migrating Qlik Sense to Qlik Cloud, Qlik Sense on-premise to Qlik Cloud. And actually, it's a good way, it's a good moment to make an audit, to check what exactly is needed today, what exactly will be needed in the future. So make an audit, sort everything out, what is worth keeping for the next decade or more. And also another aspect is the architecture. I guess that it's also a good time to make a decision. Are you going to stay on the same Qlik scripting on QVD layers? Maybe you will dedicate some time in the project to improve that, maybe include some layering, maybe remake something to incremental load, and etc. But in general, are you staying on Qlik scripting and files, or are you switching to let's say, Snowflake, which will bring you more possibilities in the future, maybe with machine learning or something else. So I guess that this is a good time, since we have this program moved to cloud, to work on that. And in this program, you have 3 years of the time when you will be able to use Qlik on-premise and cloud at the same time. So I guess that's more than enough to migrate everything what you have.
Yeah, so in short, that was a very moment of truth for us together with the customer after 20 years of race of the journey, that we looked openly to each other's eyes and understood that we need to review, we need to sort it out, and we had a simple decision to look at all this content as a value and as a waste standing somewhere, right? So once you are working, producing, some valuable content is valuable just for a month, another one is for 5 years. But once you have already 15 or 20 years, there is a lot of waste, right? So we found a code name for this, and we will openly use it in the marketing, and we suggest to adopt it easily without, very positively. It's like unclutter. So you live your life, you enjoy your life, but and you satisfy needs of business communities, but there is a certain moment in your journey that you need to stop, to reassess, to openly sort your waste from real values, which we will enable, and we will help you then to uplift to the cloud. Also, this has another meaning, that if we are opening in cloud data and analytics for unlimited users, so definitely we need to be very careful about what we are opening. And it's a good moment for us to reassess what we created. So actually, that's our approach to our internal processes, which are getting cluttered daily or monthly, and you need always to come back and improve. And that's the normal life of when you are facing change. And this change is really large one. Simas, you are coming from a bit different roadmap of data management. We see that from the Qlik customer perspective, this unclutter, does it fit somehow to the customers who were following you in a data management journey?
But I think we will have similar stories with difficult projects that had not enough attention. And I would stress more on that part, because the world is changing. The new platforms with new capabilities are coming. And like 7 years ago, no Snowflake, no DBT, no other platforms that exist now. And I would say that the most important finding, or what I would ask, think about it. Think about it, talk about it inside the company. If needed, then invite us. We will come to talk together. And don't worry, we will not call you every second week like Top Shop. Did you make a decision? Marius is our salesman, so I promise he is not calling. So just let's talk about it until we will get the right setup, and we'll do the project right. Where we will analytics can be easily a competitive advantage of the company, easily. And you better do the project so you get there. That would be my opinion. And it doesn't matter how you will approach that, what scenario you will choose. It's how fast you will do that. It's not, I would say, not the speed, but direction is more important.
Yeah, thanks. So to summarize, we are mobilizing Qlik partners. We are inviting our customers to be brave and join this uncluttered journey. It will be a legal brand name for our next stage, where you can engage with us with our consulting services towards the starting from the audit. Definitely then our architects will join and help you prepare the project planning, good documentations to make your decision easier. Our head of sales will get the best of the best conditions for you to make an easier decision. And I suppose that we cannot rely anymore that vendor should make a better or more important sign for us to move and to follow him, because he gave the best star alignment for us as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hang on.
Thank you.